Hello, everybody. Hey, 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 hey. Heidi ho, Heidi hi. How was everybody's weekend? How was everybody's weekend? Let me let people know that I am live. I am an absolute mess. I'll be honest. I did not let people know that I was going live just because of the kind of person that I am and me falling behind on all of my things. So let me post all the places. Okay. Okay. All right, good. Hello, Silva. Hello. Alrighty. Why are you mad? Hello, Noel Main. Oh, there was no new loser ranger. Was it golf again, Silva? Hey, it's that time slot. I mean, the anime time slots getting taken by golf is kind of a tradition. I remember one of the times when you were complaining to the D&D group about, like, I don't understand why golf's interrupting a streaming thing, and we're like, you understand that it streams after it airs. Uh, Just gotta let people know that I'm live. Gotta post all the places. Oh, a lot of people had birthdays today. Come on. I always make sure whenever I open Facebook to like respond to everybody's birthday, like give everybody birthday messages. Ah. All right. There we go. Cool. Oh. Okay. I saw a meme about Mr. Rogers when I was posting and letting people know that I'm live. It's a story I've heard before, but it's one of the many things that inspires me about Mr. Rogers. It was a thing about how a blind girl once wrote Mr. Rogers and said that she was worried because she'd heard him say that he had fish, but she didn't hear him say that he was feeding the fish, so she was worried if he was feeding the fish. And so after he got that letter, at the during every episode he would narrate, and I'm feeding the fish now, just for her. And I'm like, that's so wholesome. And vtuber. You're not being the person Mr. Rogers knew you could be. And it shows Mr. Rogers and Captain America, yeah. Birthday's coming up. Got some plans. Some myself. Some nice cards from. Ooh, nice, Noel May. Sounds fun. What cards did you get? Like, is it from a specific archetype, or is it for a deck you're building? Yes, mysterious voice. I'm on the starting soon screen, right? Yeah. I'm letting people know that I'm going live. Because I have terrible time management skills, and I couldn't do that before stream started to let them know when I was going live. I could be like some VTubers and have like the starting soon screen have no voice interaction and just have music playing for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. No voice interaction. There are some streamers, no hard feelings towards them, but like there are some streamers that like they don't do voice interaction at all. Some of them that are like more popular than me, and they just do text interaction. And they have dedicated fan bases that love their content. Just have a mech posing on screen. Oh, goodness gravy. Yeah. Yeah, Mitchie did type on her. Mitchie Mocha V did type on her starting soon screen. I remember that. Building Varga Dragas deck and a Razel deck. Nice. And for just music, I remember waiting for Geary once, just vibing to a remix of a song from Moana. That's cool. Okay. Alrighty, let's get to the actual green. Let's get to where you can actually see my model, since that's what you're here for. Well, maybe not that's what you're here for, but you know what I mean. Okay. Oh. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Last thing about other VTubers, I promise this was funny. Cinder had a Gamer Sups powder now. It's pomegranate tea flavor called Pyro Powder. Her chat, the Pyro Pups, have devolved to calling it PP juice. Oh my gosh. I saw a thing where someone asked, who was it? Was it not Jay Schlatt? It was some. She's not happy about it, I bet. It was some content creator. They're like, name your. Oh, it was Sayu. One is a Vanguard stand deck that uses that attacks 3 times for Vanguard. The other is literally a Knight too holy to die. Ooh, spicy Noir main. I saw a thing where Sayu was talking about his favorite Gamer Subs flavor, and it was like booby milk. And I was like, what? He's like, it tastes like cotton candy. And I'm like, and I'm just thinking, why is it? And people get mad at vegans for like weird naming conventions and like naming things after other things. How are you going to have a flavor named booby milk and it tastes like cotton candy? What kind of milk are you drinking? Like, you are setting unrealistic expectations here, my people. Sayu is wild, yeah. But like, I'm not saying a drink that tastes like cotton candy is bad. Like a sugary drink is gonna taste like a sugary drink. Of course it's gonna taste good. But like guacamole gamer Fortnite. Gamer Subs. Then again, if I ever did a partnership with them, I have no idea what flavor I'd make it. I'd probably be an absolute troll. And if I ever like did a partnership with Gamer Subs, I'd be like, yo, listen, call it like hot-blooded mech flavor or something like that, right? But make it taste like unsweetened iced tea. 0 sugar. Not even fake sugar. Not even fake sugar. Just no sweeteners. Just unsweetened iced tea flavor. Like, yeah, it's low calorie, all right. Good in its chair. So I had an interesting weekend. the heat finally broke over the weekend, and we had some cool days, which was nice. It's getting kind of warm again. But you know, it was a nice couple days. And then like I had my Sunday Lancer game, right? And I talked about how like the last Sunday Lancer game was this intense and deep experience that really pushed and challenged my players and made them confront their mortality essentially, right? And made them realize they weren't invincible. Mecha Bolt, make it lemon plus asparagus. Oh no. And then we had this next session. It was kind of late starting because like just IRL things and scheduling. I wouldn't be surprised if you did, Silva. You if it's what makes you happy and you can afford it, then yeah. So we had the Lancer session, and I revealed what I planned for the next mission, and that was all well and good, right? I was able to work on that stuff to get people started so they have some idea what the next mission is going to entail. Not out of simping, mind you, because Lily's sounds good with a mix of mango, passion fruit, coconut, and a hint of lime. And Silver's a sour cherry, which just sounds nice. Oh, okay. And it will help keep you off soda. Are gamer subs sugar free? Are they like low calorie things? I know most drink mixes are low calorie, zero sugar stuff. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Jesus. So there was this kind of in the Sunday Lancer session, there was this kind of like unexpected moment that happened where like it's going all right, Jesus. Take a look at them, and for like $40 you get a bunch of servings, so you ever think it will help you. I mean, the thing is, if I could get it with food stamps, I'd probably get it just to try it at least once. You know, spend $40, get a flavor that I'm going to be using forever. For a long time, it'll probably be cheaper than the little individual packets I buy now. Oh, you can't drink powdered liquids? Oh, okay. But yeah, one of the characters, not built for gamer subs. Oh no. One of the characters in my Sunday Lancer game had this moment where like the player, I'm pretty sure, was fine. It's one household hold for free. However, you buy a tub of the powder, you can ask for more free sample packets. Ah, okay. And I'm sure I'm like almost 100% sure the player was fine, but the character started to have this kind of like breakdown, and I was like, oh, what do? And then come to find out, because like the character had been one of the ones that leading up to the last mission had been the most like, we're gonna curb stomp them, we're gonna clown on them, we're gonna because it was their first time going toe to toe with another Lancer squad, and they're like, we're gonna clown on them, we're gonna demolish them, we're gonna this and that, and talking about how they were going to completely like obliterate this other team of Lancers. And then it did not go to plan. And this character was having this kind of breakdown where she's like, I have all these abilities. I have all these physical abilities that I can do. I can do almost anything physically, but I couldn't protect my friends. And so I had an NPC come up and try to like understand her and try to like be there for her, but it was not helping. The character was just like so lost and distraught in despair. And the character had like hadn't slept the night before, so was working on 2 days with no sleep, and it's just been stressed out and anxious because like she's dealing with this trauma essentially where she watched like the first part of the fight went kind of well, right? The players were able to quickly eliminate and 2 of the 3 enemies, even though they did do a significant amount of damage. And the players did like mentally break one of the enemies, but then the last enemy was just so powerful that like he finished off 2 of the player mechs. And this character had to deal with the fact that like she was doing everything she could. She was up in his face. She was trying to block him, trying to distract him, trying to do all of these things to stop this, to get this NPC's attention. And the NPC essentially ignored her to shoot down her teammates. And I had the NPC do that because I wanted to play the NPC as an intelligent threat, as an intelligent character, right? And her mech, if you attack it within a certain range, you take damage. And she was relatively healthy. And whereas if he targeted the other player character, he could finish off that player character and remove a threat from the board, but he was going to have all this extra difficulty because she would be trying to block his shot, but his shots were already so accurate that he took the chance in order to get the other down, in order to down another mech. And this character is like dealing with all of this stuff of like, and then whenever she tried to finish him off, he was able to teleport away and essentially kite her until he kind of just like let her go and was like, let's call it a draw. Because if she got close to him, she could wreck him. But he had to play keep away. So instead of risking his life with that, he decided to say, let's call it a draw. And it was like the players achieved their objective, but it was essentially a tie as far as the battle went. Which felt like a big loss. And when that happened, like I was excited because I was like, yes, the players are going to grow from this. They're going to develop. They're going to have all of these interesting character arcs as they take this and grow stronger. And like before the battle, I had asked the players, I'd asked that player specifically, I was like, your character seems really confident. How would your character react if she started losing? How would she react if like stuff wasn't going to plan, right? And she told me it's probably just like a shonen anime, go full shonen on it. And so in my head, I'm thinking, power up, become stronger, training, go on a whole training arc to become even stronger than before. And now it's like there's this kind of like emotional arc in the first part, as they're getting ready for their next mission, which that was interesting. That was really interesting. One other thing that happened was Okusen, the person he's one of the players in the Sunday game, and they're the one who hosts the Foundry server, was able to leave the Foundry server up for a couple days, so I was able to experiment with stuff and build new units, and I was able to test, and I was able to figure out in Foundry how to build characters using my my NPC player system. And I built 2 NPC players. So I built one NPC player starting mech, and then I built another thing for them whenever they get to level 3, with the assumption that, like, after this battle, when they go through their next the shonen anime they met was gone. Is that Hunter x Hunter? Or Hunter x Hunter or whatever? Does Gon go through a whole angsty arc when he realizes he's not invincible? Like, it introduced so I was able to build one NPC player character because I didn't want to give like a regular NPC to the characters as an ally, because they're training one of their NPCs to fight. And then I was like, okay, let me experience, like, that was building a level 1. Then I built a level 3 mech for that character, and I'm going to have that after this next battle. When they go through one more downtime of training, they're going to go from level 0 to level 3. And they're going to get a new mech, because that's when you get a new mech, and they're going to be able to do more stuff. So I was like, okay, cool, awesome. And so I built that. And so that was neat. And I figured out how to have, what I did was created one blank NPC sheet in order to have the character put all of the features that they get from leveling up or they get from other sources, and then you mark the feature as destroyed whenever you move it onto something else, and then just have the mechs in the garage in a folder. And I was like, let me build something that's closer to the character's level, right? Because the characters are level 10. So I was like, this level 0 and then a level 3 version of the character are not super great, right? They can do some stuff, but not a whole lot. Not all the crazy stuff that the players can do, because it's just super early game. So I was like, let me build something on their level. So I was thinking, what NPC on the ship would be close to their level? And then I remembered this character, Jonah. Jonah is a religious leader of an order that worships dragons, the Order of Dragonic Causality, that wants to mentor one of the player characters, and believes that player character is destined to do something great that will lead to a brighter future for humanity, and is dedicated himself to helping that character succeed, helping them succeed. So it was revealed that Jonah used to be a member of this elite force called the Albatross. They're essentially like space knights. They answer any call for help, any emergency beacon. It may take them a while to get there because of like relativity and the limitations of space travel, but they answer every call. They show up and they answer every call. And this character Jonah, in his youth, was a member of the Albatross, and he was an NHP specialist, and he was like helping out with a lot of things. But then he got involved with dragons, and he saw dragons. I think I said that the dragons saved him from something, and or he found a place where the dragons saved the people, and he did more research and found out about the dragons and their ability to affect existence, and he wants to find dragons that be willing to help humanity, because he believes that the dragons' powers could be used to help humanity at large throughout the universe. And yes, there are a lot of dragons. There was very dragon focused in the first arc of my Lancer campaign. Nice, Noel Main. Very nice. I spent a lot of time working on my NPC player rules, and it'll be good to test them as NPCs. And so I was like, okay, Jonah, I cannot build as a level 12 character. I cannot build Jonah as a max character. So I was like, what if I build Jonah as a level 10 character, which is on the same level as the players, except using NPC features. So I built him, I built all of his mechs, and his main mech is this one that's a hive where he doesn't have an NHP copilot, he doesn't have the NHP copilot feature, but he does, like, in lore, have an NHP a sliver of an NHP that's helping him control all of these drones to do all of these things and have all this control and stuff on the battlefield. And his machine is designed to do a metric ton of burn. Burn damage in Lancer is very special because it can't be reduced by regular reduction or armor. It becomes damage over time, and his build specializes in stacking multiple effects that cause a lot of burn. And that's what you do with Lancers. A lot of times you specialize in things to make them better, and that's what he does. He specializes in doing a lot of burn. He could throw out some drones to give heals to his allies, and he can do some CC, he can do some area denial in order to protect objectives in his mech. Which that's cool. That's cool. Ooh, nice, Jesus. I'm happy for you. But I think it's really funny that, like, Jonah is, like, as far as the characters are concerned in the modern day, he's this sweet old man with a lot of technical knowledge and the paracausal ability to be able to smell NHPs, which are these kind of like advanced aliens made of math. Right? I gave him a special ability that represents that. And it's funny because he he's this sweet guy and he just wants to help. And he's this like old man, and he used to be a knight in shining armor. And then whenever the players go to his garage, or he gets his mechs delivered, and he gets his supplies delivered, so he can start fighting alongside the players, his mech is like borderline a walking war crime. The main weakness is that it has extremely limited range. He has to be very close range to do the most effectiveness. So, yeah. But if he gets close enough in range to something, he can absolutely mess it up. He can absolutely wreck face. Which, that's cool. I don't want him to overshadow the players, though. Which means, like, since his main way of, like, fighting is dealing burn damage, like, there is an NPC feature, and there are certain NPCs that can gain the feature that makes them immune to burn damage. Also, Jesus, what happened in the first session? Anything fun or special happen in the first session of your solo game? Your solo Naruto D20 game? But yeah, I can very easily give NPCs a feature that makes them immune to burn. Which wouldn't be super big deal for the players, because the players can do a variety of things, but for Jonah it would essentially lock out a lot of his offensive potential, and it would force him to go into a more of a support area denial role, which I think that's cool. So I think I'll have some bosses have an immunity to burn, just because I'm giving the players access to an ally that can do like metric tons of burn. Okay. And I've been thinking about I've been having a new daydream recently. You know, where you just have a new daydream of silly things. I've been having one of those recently as well. Did your variation of the bell test? Genin got pretty humiliated, which is to be expected, to be honest. Afterwards, I went to get some ramen, and a future villain was there, so setting the seeds for a fun rival. Ooh. Spicy, Jesus. Meeting a future villain super early on the first session. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. I was debating. This is a class of Cosmic Surge that does that kind of... It's focused on causing various debuffs and and damage over time. Okay. You see future villain just immediately, but they weren't looking for the smoke, and I had no chakra left, so... Did the characters know that he was a future villain? Did the characters know that he was, like, an enemy that they were going to have to fight? Or was he just another dude that had anime hair? Yeah. He's like a genin that graduated their year. He's going to be an issue in the tuning exams unless a fake question makes him a problem sooner. Ooh. I still haven't read through all the stuff about the fate stuff. I've been so busy with stuff. So, like, Oku-sen told me that they were going to be able to get the Lancer server open around like 7 a.m. They told me that Saturday night because there was some stuff with the server that wasn't working properly. So I went to bed super early Saturday night, like 1 or 2 in the morning. Definitely before 3, I think. And I was like, I'm going to go to bed now, so I'll wake up. You do get to see all kinds. Tournament arcs always show some wide variety of powers, Nabiru. So I was like, I'm going to go to bed early on Saturday night. So I didn't really do anything Saturday night. And I slept, so that way I was like, I'm going to wake up at like 9:30. And on Sunday, so that I could start doing prep work. So I ended up waking up like 8 before I set my alarm for like 9:30. I woke up at 8 and I was like, well, I can't get back to sleep, so I might as well start working on this. And I did, and I stopped to watch my church that I watch on Sundays. And I stopped to watch church at noon, but even despite all of that, I was still like, I was spending most of the time prepping or getting ideas or working on stuff, and like I still wasn't fully prepared when the session started. They can cause some chaos, and one of the things it can do, and did in session 1, is pull an NPC from a list into the story. It pulled him in, and luckily he was feeling friendly, so fun. That is fun. I need a shave. My facial hair is getting unruly. Okay. Well, it's coming up on 9:20. Let's get to... Oh my gosh. Let's get to the actual meat and potatoes of the stream. Let's get to the writing on tonight's writing stream. Tonight we're writing chapter 7. And I'll be honest, I don't have a lot of stuff prepared for chapter 7. My notes for chapter 7 say Lisa tells everyone that she is actually a scientist and a biologist, and that she wants to study the remains of the because she has a hunch about something. Then you were able to make it, Vincent. Good to see you. Welcome in. So what I have planned for this chapter is Lisa starts off by telling everybody that she's a scientist, that she wants to study the remains of some of the beasts that just attacked. And Gao Inc. steps in and is like, okay, we do metallurgy research, but we have labs, we have some resources, our investors are supporting us, we can get you the resources. And so they hire her on as a full-time employee to do research and investigate these beasts to find some kind of proof as to what's going on, right, as they're rebuilding. And then the main character finds out that he's been put in charge of training the rest of the operators to improve using the Brave Drive. So he's gone from being first he was just a janitor, then he was a regular suit operator, then he was the one they called in when they were all having trouble operating their suits, and now he's the one who's going to be teaching the others to be more emotionally intelligent, which means I have to know how to sound emotionally intelligent for writing this part of the story, which is like, this will be fun. And then I got to make a whole, like, 3,000 words out of that. I'll probably throw something spicy in there. Have a scene of the character, like, stopping by the lab and interacting with Lisa as she's, like, doing her research and setting stuff up for the future. Next chapter is supposed to be the plot twist. Or the first surprise. And next chapter is when she reveals her past. Next chapter, Lisa reveals that she was working on some genetic engineering in order to try to clone and lab grow organs and try to improve the design of the organs to make them more efficient than they naturally are. And after she examines one of the beasts, she sees organs that look like they were optimized using her research. And she explains that she used to work for ShinCorp, but that when she asked questions, she got let go, and as a condition of getting her severance pay, she had to hand over all of her research and all of her notes, and they own everything now. So without them sharing any of her research, she can't prove that they have any connection, but she can say that she recognizes her work, but she just can't prove anything. My friend D1 likes this dude I'll call H, and my other friend T likes D2, but A also likes D2, but D2 who likes J, who has rejected her 3 times, D2 likes H, and H likes her too. Oh, but they don't know that. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. The relationship roulette begins, Vincent. The relationship roulette begins. Okay. So that's what's going to be happening. So this is the setup. This is the resolution of everything that's happened in Act 1. So this is the setup of the resolution. Hello, baby penguin shorts. Welcome to stream. It's good to see you. All right, let's get to the writing part of tonight's writing stream. Okay. How was your weekend, baby penguin shorts? Great, good, I'm glad. You do anything special for the weekend? You went to the beach? Awesome. It's been so long since I've been to the beach. Goodness gravy. Oh, you planted things. Do you have like a garden? Cool. Awesome, baby penguin shorts. What did you plant? Sunflowers and apples. Ooh, nice. Oh, sure thing, baby penguin shorts. So, this story is a sci-fi story. It's a sci-fi action adventure with a little bit of romance. The basic premise is that the main character was a janitor at this company, but became friends with one of the researchers who, when he died of old age, as his dying wish, asked the company to bring the main character on as a test operator of a new suit of strength enhancing power armor. And it runs on a special drive that generates electricity in response to emotions. So the main character is like working on controlling and understanding his emotions while using this armor. And at first he's just testing it, doing obstacle courses and other things. And he's the only one testing. But then in the beginning, in the inciting incident, there's one night where like he's helping because the armor operators help out with security. He was helping out one night with security while everybody else was off at a convention, a tech demo, and these monsters attacked. And he fought off these monsters, and the company ended up rebuilding. They started moving more people. They started moving more people to be training test operators for the Brave drive. That's the drive that generates electricity in response to emotions. And this entire time, as this is happening, the main character is slowly growing to like this woman who is the daughter of the old researcher that he had been friends with, who'd been kind of like a mentor father figure for him. And well, I don't know if mentor father figure is the right word, but it was still an older friend that he had just really connected with. And so the daughter is about his age, and so there's this growing romance between them as they're interacting. And in a couple chapters ago, there was a whole thing where the Lisa, the love interest, had invited the main character over for dinner. The main character's name is Jonathan, and had invited Jonathan over for dinner. And then he found out that like it was because her son, because she has a son from a previous marriage, Timothy, or little Timmy, really wanted to see Jonathan, because Timmy, as soon as he met Jonathan, was convinced that Jonathan was secretly a superhero. Then he found out about Jonathan using the power armor, that Jonathan saved his life. And so like Jonathan is his hero. And they have a whole lot of back and forth as he's like talking and interacting with Timothy over dinner. Yes, exactly. I was going for something like cute and adorable. And so, after, then, Jonathan reads Timmy like a bedtime story until Timmy falls asleep. And then, Jonathan goes and has this conversation with Lisa, and they're talking about like what they are, what they feel for each other, what's going on, what's happening, and all of that stuff. Whenever Jonathan's phone goes off, and it's his work phone, so it's telling him he has to come in. He answers the phone and finds out his job's under attack again. There's more monsters, and the other operators are having trouble using the new armor, and they're having trouble controlling and manipulating the Brave Drive the way that he does. So they're having trouble fighting the monsters, and they need him to come in. And so Lisa drives him in, because then it's revealed our main character Jonathan drives a moped. And Lisa's like, I can get you there faster in my diesel electric hybrid truck. And she like plows through some of the monsters to get him to the building. Why? Because he has a moped? But Lisa gets him to the base. Hello, LeMay. And then there's this whole epic fight scene, I think it was epic, that stretches across 2 chapters. Well, the end of 1 chapter. Yes. Moped versus truck. Truck is gonna get him there faster. And has this whole fight scene, and partway through the scene he gets a new piece of equipment, a shield that links with his armor and helps him with generating more power. I won't go into all the specifics of that, but because he has a sword that does the same thing. And yep, take the truck. And he's able to defeat the monsters, and the rest of them flee into the woods after he defeats some of the bosses in this epic fight scene. And then would they get isekai'd? Oh no. Well, Lisa drives the truck, and she drives real intense. There's one moment, actually let me find it. There's one moment when she's driving him in. I wish my mouse would stop bugging out so much. Where is it? Your brother's mouse broke? Oh no. Oh, got a new one? Nice. So there's this part where she's driving along, right? And one of the beasts one of one of these powerful beast things comes out of the woods and jumps in front of them. But instead of trying to swerve, she just accelerates. All right, Vincent, you have a good night, Vincent. It was great having you. It was good to see you again. I want you to know that I think you're a wonderful person, Vincent, and I think that you matter and you make this world a better place. Have yourself a good night. And so, a Q&A. Oh, that could be interesting. So one of the beasts jumps out of the woods and Lisa just accelerates into it, plows into it, hits it so hard that it rolls over the truck, and the body of the beast is presumed to have died, and it falls limply in the bed of the truck, right? And Lisa just says, good, one you didn't fry, this will come in handy. And Jonathan is just like confused and terrified of what's going on, because he's just hanging on for dear life as Lisa is just careening down this road. Well, it's one of the beasts that got hit, so you don't know. And she's like, this will come in handy. And he's like, handy for what, Lisa? Handy for what? And before, instead of answering, Lisa's like, don't worry about it. We're here. As she comes around the corner to the back of the base where they're evacuating people so he can get inside and get armored up and get out to fight the monsters. But that's going to come up in this chapter. So that is what just finished happening, was the whole fight. He got the shield. He finished the fight. He met a team that he was leading in order to fight them, in order to go fight the bigger beasts. He called them the super beasts because they're bigger than the other ones. And so he has to so now he's grappling with all of this, and then he's going to be, in this chapter, he's going to be grappling with leadership, and Lisa is going to reveal to everyone that she's actually a biologist, a scientist, and that she wants to study the remains of these beasts to try to figure out who's sending these beasts out and attacking people. And that's what's going to happen in this chapter. And then Gao Inc., the company that that Jonathan works for, that's developing this armor, is like, sure, we normally do metal research, but we can get you the equipment and a lab rented somewhere for you to do this research. We will pay you to, because she reveals that she was out of job, so she has stuff to do right now. And that's what's going to happen this chapter, is her starting to research these things to figure out more about them. And then the answer to that gets revealed next chapter. And then it's going to be Jonathan is going to be dealing with all of the effects and the emotions and the stuff of the fight. And then also dealing with, hopefully, right? And then it's going to be Jonathan being told that he is going to be put in charge of helping everybody train. He's not just going to be an operator. He's going to be a leader. He's going to be helping everybody to learn how to operate the Brave Drive and manage their emotions enough in a combat situation. Because the problem that people were running into was that for a lot of them in their training, now this is one thing where I'm making an assumption that may not be the best assumption, but I'm making it based on my own experiences, my own limited experiences. And that is, it's a tough job. And whenever I have been in a real fight, in a real like life or death situation, right? My experience is that I go cold. I stop feeling, and I just focus entirely on whatever the next thing I need to do is. Like, I still experience like physical sensations, but like emotionally, I just don't feel things. I don't let myself feel things because I need to focus on survival, on completing the mission, on, well, not mission, but like on completing the objective and doing whatever I'm doing. That's what's happened like in real life or death situations for me, which I haven't been. Text green, game over. Yes. And I'm saying that that's something that these other operators who have this experience are trained to do, to like compartmentalize and then put their emotions about what's going on in a box to deal with later in order to prioritize completing the objective. Normally, that's a good thing because then you keep a level head, you stay in control, and you do what you need to do. But in this situation, doing stuff like that, or like struggling with emotions that are bubbling up and either having them take control of you or you having to compartmentalize and like shut them out, doesn't work super well with the Brave Drive, where you have to be very consistently letting yourself feel these strong emotions while still trying to complete your objective. And that's one thing. And again, this story kind of started as a little bit of a power fantasy thing for me, of the kind of person I wish I could be, because I know that whenever I let my emotions, like feel my emotions, it has a tendency to cloud my judgment and lead me to do things that I really regret doing later, or I did, or not doing them properly. And I wanted this main character to be someone who feels his emotions, who doesn't have to compartmentalize like that, who doesn't have to lock his emotions away and lock away his humanity to achieve his objectives, but who also is emotionally intelligent and emotionally balanced enough that he can keep going even when his emotions are running high, where it doesn't distract him or it doesn't detract from his effectiveness. And that's what I want this main character to be. That's what I want Jonathan to be. Oops. There are a few plot twists. In up until this point, like in the up here earlier, Lisa mentions that she mentions that she used to work with ShinCorp. Right? So she mentions that she used to work with ShinCorp, right? And then there are these monsters that come around. And then in this chapter, she goes off to go research that. And then next chapter, all of that stuff comes into a plot twist where it gets revealed that her research is being used to create the monsters, right? And then later on, there's going to be another plot twist later on in a few chapters, like at the beginning of Act 3, going to have another plot twist that delves into the main character like he gets tempted to steal a Brave Drive in order to try helping people. And he decides to tell his commander that this person is planning to steal a Brave Drive, and he's all ready to be reprimanded. He's all ready for all this stuff to happen. And then the plot twist is that he finds out his commander was actually keeping an eye on the guy who contacted him to try to tempt him. And is like, it's good that you told us. We were waiting for him to make a move. Now we can arrest him. So it's this plot twist where, like, because he's expecting to have this like difficult thing of explaining the situation, and they're like, yeah, we knew he was up to something. So it's not a big plot twist, but that's kind of a plot twist I do play with. All right. Okay, so now let's get to actual writing. It's going on 10 p.m. EST, and I need to get some writing done. I want to get around it. I want to get at least 2,500 words out of this. All right. I have little bits of backstory explained. I have some notes. I'm thinking if I finish this, I might do a second novel that's kind of the entire story of the first novel, but told from the perspective of the bad guys, that kind of goes into their motivation and what it's like working for the bad guy organization, and like how all of that gets revealed and how they have to react and what their experiences are to seeing all of this stuff happen from the other side. So that's something I've kind of tinkered with, but I got to finish the first one first. Yeah. So this is told from the first person POV of the main character, and I would have, if I did the second novel the way I'm thinking about doing, I would do it from a first person POV of one of the people controlling the monsters on that side. Mm-hmm. Okay. No. So like, I'll be full transparency, baby penguin. Way back when all this AI stuff started, I thought it was cool. I didn't realize how exploitative it was, and I didn't realize how like, I'll be honest, I didn't realize how bad it was, right? I thought it was really cool, but then, and I did a couple streams where I was tinkering with seeing what Chat GPT and what the different AI art things could do. And like, it was interesting. It had a lot of limitations, but then like, people educated me, and people were like, this is really hurting artists. And then I found out people were straight up trying to use Chat GPT to write novels, which is, or to write books. And I'm like, that sounds like a horrible idea. Yeah. Yeah, it's an absolute mess, baby penguin. So, like, full disclosure, I did used to think it was really cool, but then people educated me, and I learned more about how harmful all of it was, and so now I don't touch the AI stuff. I am 100% homegrown writer. So, like, okay, I do use some grammar tools like Grammarly, and I think it's on Word. I think it's like Word, not Wordsmith. I do use some grammar tools. Yeah, it is. Chat writing is very GPT. Chat writing is also really cliche. Yeah, and that's one thing where, like, people are, it's absolute madness. People are trying to put together. So there's this whole market that people have. I'll talk about this for a second because this is relevant to writing. I found out that I don't think it's bad to use it for fun, as long as you acknowledge what it is and you don't try to pass it off for, like, for your own, and you're not using it in like a commercial thing. Like, I'll be honest, I used an AI art thing as a reference in order to say to an artist, when I paid an artist to make some art for me, I used it as a reference, and the artist was like, you know, okay, what do we need to fix? And we talked about what needed changing, and I think it helped to have some kind of a thing to say, this is where we're starting, but I want some of this and some of that and some of this. And I think if you're using it for that, it could be helpful, but like it gets really murky really fast, because sometimes when you're dealing with AI art, there's so much noise and just bizarre stuff in the picture that, like, it can just be really distracting for a real artist to, like, sort through. Yeah. Those cheap AI Amazon books. Okay, here's the thing, LeMay. Get this. Apparently, before AI was a thing, there was this entire market and this entire get-rich-quick scheme that people had for producing cruddy self-help books. They would go to these services, these ghostwriting services, where you would pay someone to write a book for you, but like after you pay them, you get to claim ownership of it because they're giving up their rights to claim ownership of it by providing it to you through the service. So you pay someone to write a book for you, give them a generic description, and then they provide you with the book. And then you self-publish it, and then you go through these really cheap audio book making services, so it was like, spend the money for the ghostwriter, you spend the money for the audiobook, you publish, and then you advertise, and because it's so cheap to do, right? Because you're not getting really quality work, you just crank out multiple of those a year, and you just keep. Oh, really? Yeah, some people even wrote science books. Some people even were writing like actual like informational books that were just wrong. And so there was a whole market of people doing this. There was an entire market for ghostwriters to crank out really cruddy books really fast. And there was a market for people to do these like decent audiobook things, but really fast. And so they were flooding the market with all of these things. And it's like, if you sell like 50 or 100 of them after you put them up on the store, and you use, and there was a whole thing where you would use these metrics to determine what was popular, and you would look at all of the tags and things that people were searching in order to make sure that your book was going to be something that people were going to search, and you price it just right so people will buy it, and then you recoup, and then you do the next one, and it was a whole thing, right? It was a whole industry of people cranking out this essentially garbage digitally, right? And then AI happened, right? AI happened, and now all of a sudden, that just got cheaper. Instead of paying someone to ghostwrite a book for you, you just buy a subscription or whatever, or use the free version or whatnot. I don't know all the stuff now, to ChatGPT or whatever language learning model you use, and you just have that crank out an entire book for you. And now the people are talking about, like, I think some people are talking about using AI for like voice to speech stuff, and audio stuff. Like, the entire thing just becomes self-contained, and the entire grift, because that's what it was a grift, just became cheaper. Made a funny, yeah, that's funny. Well, the thing is, okay, but here's the thing, Naberu, right? Mockbusters, which is where, if you're talking about what I think you're talking about, yeah, for audiobooks. Mockbusters is normally where someone will make a cheap, low-budget movie with a title that's a ripoff of a big blockbuster that's coming out and a similar-ish plot line, in order to try to sell to people who want the big blockbuster. And they'll release it like direct to DVD or whatever. They'll release it early for a really cheap price. And like, I got to give them credit, because they're actually doing something. They're actually making a movie. Yeah, audiobooks. Yeah. 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 Because, like, even if it's low budget, the Mockbuster people are still making a movie. To be fair, I had a mockbuster for the Jungle Book that I liked more than the original because it was closer to the source material and was anime. I believe it. I heard the mockbuster for Pacific Rim was really good. I think it was called like Atlantic Rim. I heard that one was really good. I should probably watch it sometime. Thank you, baby penguin. It was good, Jesus? Okay. Your brother was crying for one? Oh, okay. Really weird anime ones you find at the dollar store. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Like the ghostwriters were cranking out stuff really fast. And like that was dollar and quarter stores. Oh goodness. Oh no, baby penguin, not the broken movie. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. It's always sad when something you're really looking forward to doesn't work out the way you wanted it to. Yeah, Dollar Tree's got the $5 stuff. You were sad. So I picked up the Naruto Xenoverse game and like it's pretty sick. Okay, that's cool. Gino was the one getting help. That's who it was, Gino. Only for half the story. Yeah, it's true, Nabiru. Have I ever wanted to do a Q&A? You mentioned that earlier, baby penguin. I kind of do Q&A stuff during my streams anyway. But I guess I could do, like, maybe after I get finished with Act 1, do like a Q&A of where people ask me questions about my stories and stuff. I'm always worried if I do something like that like nobody's gonna show up and answer questions. So I might set up a thing where people can like submit questions ahead of time that I will answer during the stream. I might set up like, what's it called? Morrow is the thing where people can anonymously submit questions. I don't know. We'll see. It's a thought. It's a thought, baby penguin. Oh, thank you. That means a lot to me, baby penguin. I know. I want to keep this compressed too. On my weekend, so I do. There's this TTRPG called. It's a tabletop role-playing game, and it's called Lancer. It's where the players play as mech pilots, and it's one of, if not my favorite TTRPG right now. And I ran another session in my long-running campaign that's been running for like 2 years. And that was really intense and interesting. In the last session we had before yesterday, the players had suffered their first, like, the closest thing they'd had to defeat. They fought their way to a tie with a powerful opponent, and the opponent had opted to let them go instead of trying to finish the fight. You've heard of it? Cool. And so the players were in this difficult situation where, like, this powerful foe had let them live instead of trying to finish the fight. And they're dealing with the fact that they're not unkillable, unstoppable things. And all of them are dealing with that differently, right? All of them are dealing with this whole thing differently. Some of them are just like, okay, we need to be more cautious. Some of them are like, well, I have to be better at what I'm doing. And then, like, one of the players, like, has their character going through this kind of, like, angsty, like, I don't know if angsty is the right word, but this, like, despair arc where she is just despairing because she was the only one who was left standing at the end of the fight, right? And she was doing everything she could to, like, stop the enemy from shooting her teammates. She was giving all kinds of cover. She was stacking all of these bonuses in order to put all these penalties on the enemy. And the enemy was still able to shoot through her defenses and hit her teammate and take out her teammate. And then she couldn't get to the enemy to finish him off. And instead of trying to dance with her, he let her live, and she had to grab the objective. She had to grab the objective and get off the map. Now, none of them died, but she has to deal with the fact that, like, she saw the other mechs on her team get shot down. This is like the first time mechs on her team, the first time in a long time, mechs on her team have been shot down in combat, and it wasn't one, it was two. And it happened while she was trying to fight the guy. And it was, and it's really intense. And it's I think it's going to lead to some very interesting and intense roleplay stuff. But yeah, Nabaru, it was essentially survivor's guilt. Oh, it's fine, baby penguin. It's perfectly fine. I'm just glad you're here. If you also, anyone who's watching on YouTube, feel free, if you could like the stream, that would help. Liking the stream while the stream is going helps the algorithm with sharing it with other people. So please be sure to do that if you haven't done that already. Ooh, that's spicy, Jesus. That's really spicy. You subbed and liked? All right, thank you, baby penguin. Okay. Red? I don't... My fingers aren't really red. They're brown. I mean, I guess it's kind of like the kind of coloration of like blood flowing through your fingers. LeMay, tonight has not been great. I have been getting so sidetracked. I've barely got any writing done tonight. It's gonna be a long one. Yeah, we're not even at 300 words yet. I have been talking up a storm, LeMay. Yeah, it's going to be a long one. We're probably going to go till after midnight tonight at this rate. Oh, you love my brainwave short? I'm glad. It's funny, that happened. I don't do a lot of stuff that's really shorts worthy. And like that happened during one of my streams, and I was like, I gotta do something with that. I gotta do something with that because I was like, that was like, it was one of those things where, like, after it happened, I was like, that was funny. I'm glad it could make you laugh, baby penguin. Stuck in this one scene, not sure how I'm going to power up this character. Right now, she's a fist fighter going up against giants. She can punch a wizard, but giants are too much for her. Oh, you enjoy my excitement? Alright. LeMay, that's a difficult challenge. Having a character who's like grounded as a fist fighter, going from punching wizards to punching giants is difficult. I guess if you're looking for suggestions, could do that whole thing where she like runs and jumps up the sides of like their backs or something in order to get to their vitals to like be able to punch them in the head or stuff. That would be my only suggestion. Something. I mean, okay. That is the good suggestion, to just be like run, jump, and climb to up the body to get to the really relevant bits to punch, right? Then there's the really silly tongue-in-cheek suggestion where I say for everything, which is that a mech makes everything better. Like, you know, put your character in a mech. Go full G Gundam here. But I also realize that's not for everybody. But I'm sure you'll figure something out, LeMay. I believe in your potential. I believe in you, LeMay. Oh, it's fine, baby penguin. Listen, don't feel like you have to be here. If you have stuff you have to do, if you have like IRL stuff, obviously comes first. I never want anyone to feel like they have to choose between doing something that's important and watching my stream. I hope that you all are able to accomplish all the things you need to accomplish to live happy, healthy, and safe lives. So, baby penguin, I'm a vegan. I don't eat meats or real cheeses. I eat a lot of imitation stuff. But like, I will say, I'd say my least favorite food, from before when I would actually eat a lot of different things, because I eat a decent amount of stuff now, right? But like growing up, I really disliked tuna. I hated the taste, hated the smell, hated the texture. And tuna didn't like me either. I would always get stomach aches whenever I ate tuna growing up. And I used to joke. I used to ask my parents, like, "Am I allergic to tuna?" I'm like, "No, it just doesn't agree with your stomach." Thank you, baby penguin. But it's funny because like I can eat. Why? Yeah. But it's funny because like I can eat most vegan tuna things pretty well. It's like it's fine, it's whatever. But like when I was a kid, eating real tuna just never agreed with my stomach and would just I just hated the smell of it. Which is kind of funny. So plant-based meat is an imitation of a real meat that's made using plant ingredients. Most plant-based tuna recipes use some kind of like chickpeas or tofu for the meat, like for like tuna salads and stuff. And they'll use a lot of different things. And I've had some of those before, and they're fine. Which is kind of funny. What's your joke, baby penguin? If two vegans fight, is it called beef? I don't know. I think it should be called tofu. I've heard that one before, baby penguin. Or plant-based beef. Do I like the vegan teacher? What's the vegan teacher, baby penguin? Who do I want to say this? Not that I've heard of, no. Okay. Okay. She's been popularly known. The vegan teacher is a Canadian animal rights activist, internet personality, former educator, normally known for posting hate videos on meat eaters. Well, I can't speak to her because I don't know anything about her. I've never seen any of her videos. I will say I don't generally approve of spreading hate if you can avoid it. I believe we will spread stuff up. We will spread veganism more effectively if we lead with the sweet instead of the sour. If we talk about what you can eat in veganism, make delicious food, talk about all of the benefits, and if we make it more available and make it more accessible for more people, I believe it'll do more than trying to spread hate or guilt tripping or shaming people. Because I think once you start dealing in that kind of stuff of slinging shame and judgment around, it just, yeah, don't be a lemon, be lemonade. Yeah. It just invites more judgment on yourself, and then the stuff becomes more about the argument and less about the message, is my experience. And how do I put this? There was a saying my dad used to say when I was growing up, where he'd say, be careful when you point at people, when you point a finger at people, right? Because when you're pointing one finger at someone, you always got at least 3 fingers pointing right back at you, right? Because if you put your hand into the shape of pointing at someone, you'll notice once you point at someone, you've got 3 of your fingers pointing back at you. And once you start getting into that, like no one's perfect. And once you start getting into that mudslinging and judgment and all of that, it's not a thing. It's not a thing that I really am want to do. I'm not going to tell someone else how to do their activism, but I can just say it's not something I would actively do. Free therapy? I don't know about free therapy. Not for you, not for me, for you. Oh, goodness. Actually, let me check something. You stay? Where is everyone? Oh, there's a few people. We had a few people in here. I know Jesus was here. Noel Man was here. I'm sure there's a few people poking around. That's the thing. Like, so with these writing streams, right? Part of it is I encourage all of you to grab your own projects that you're working on, your own stuff, homework, studies, poems, art, anything you want to work on. Well, I do always say writing. I mean, like anything could be drawing, could be anything, and like kind of listen to the lo-fi music, be a part of the vibes, and work on whatever you want to work on while I'm working on stuff, and we can all be working on stuff together, baby penguin. Uh, Okay, so it is the thing, sonic probe. Okay. Okay. A funny story is that when I was young, I wanted to take my phone's phone, but okay. Oh, it's fine, baby penguins. Penguin. Okay. When I was young, I wanted to take my mom's phone, but my dad always saw me. But one day, he wasn't there. I ran for it because he came out of the closet and asked what you're doing. I was scared, said nothing. Oh, goodness. How do I spell this properly? Okay. Reversible. Triaging. Triaging. Okay. Oh, really? You never ran again. Oh, goodness. Your dad has a red passport? Okay. It's okay if I call you Violet? Is it Nolilia? Nolilia. Violet. It's okay if I call you Violet? Yes, the word is hard to spell. Cool. How are you doing tonight, Violet? Working on a work in progress and wanted some company? Well, welcome in. I always invite people to work on whatever stuff they're working on, whether it be writing, art, homework, anything you want to work on. Just enjoy the lo-fi vibes of the Stream Beats lo-fi playlist that I have going. And tell me, feel free to share, to talk about in chat what you're working on. I love to hear about what you're working on. I tell people what I'm working on. You tell me what you're working on, and we all support and encourage each other. So in this one, like, we had the whole scene where we talked about the sonic scanning device, which I think I'll bring up later and use later. And he's using it for these search efforts, and it's getting more characterization for the other members of the team. Welcome back, baby penguin. So it's getting other characterization for the rest of the team. And then now we get to the part where he finds out that Lisa is going to be working as a coworker. No problem, Violet. Always glad to have you. Gets mad and drama happens. Oh, goodness. Bob Snipperwolf? I don't know who Snipperwolf is. Oh, sure thing, Violet. So I'm working on a novel. This is a sci-fi novel. That is an action adventure with some romance thrown in there. The basic plot is it's told from first-person perspective. The main character, Jonathan, at the start of the story, is a janitor working at this advanced research company, and he's really good friends with this old man who's a researcher, and he finds out that when that researcher died of old age, he asked the company to bring Jonathan on as a test operator for a new suit of power armor that they're working on at the company. And it has a new special power plant called the Brave Drive that generates electricity in response to strong emotions. It could be good emotions, could be bad emotions, but it generates electricity, and that's what powers the suit. So he's going through all of this stuff as like he's being ushered into this new life as a test operator and dealing with like his emotions. And a lot of this story started as a bit of a power fantasy for myself, where I'm the kind of person where whenever I've gotten into life or death situations, into extreme situations, I will always, not always, but I will very often compartmentalize my situation and separate myself from my emotions and focus primarily on whatever it takes to survive or resolve the situation. And anytime I have let myself feel my emotions and experience my emotions in high stress situations, that is not 100% of the time, but very often clouded my judgment and led me to do things that I regret later. And I wanted to imagine this main character as someone who is emotionally intelligent enough that they don't have to lock away their emotions as soon as there's a stressful situation, but they also are able to stay in control, where they can feel that emotion, which is kind of, I associate a lot of that with humanity, where he can feel his emotion and still be able to operate in a stressful situation. And this all, like, because obviously in a novel and in most writing in general, stuff goes bad for the characters. That's why, that's how there's drama. That's where the story comes from, because it wouldn't be a very interesting story if everything just went great. Their company comes under attack by these monsters, and he has to fight the monsters. And this story, this chapter that I'm writing is taking place, this is chapter 7, this is right after the second attack, in which the monsters have attacked. Some stuff has progressed in the story since the first attack back in chapter 2. And And there was a whole lot of intensity. There was character development. There was development of romance and of like pushing forward a lot of different plot lines. And then the second conflict happened, the second fight, and that almost went poorly. Well, so John is actually helping with the cleanup after the attack because he's the one who fought in the battle. He's the one who saved the day. They called him in and said, "Hey, we're under attack. We're having trouble using the new armor. Can you come in and help us defend this facility?" So, and the start of this, it talks about how he's exhausted. He's tired, but he just can't sleep. There's 20 people missing from their head count from when they evacuated the building, and he just can't sleep. Oh, it's no problem, baby penguin. So this, where I'm at right now in this story, in this part of the chapter, is John has been helping with some of the search stuff. His armor got equipped with a new doodad that's a sonic sensor that lets him image stuff underground to see if he could see where people are underneath the rubble, so they could prioritize where they're searching to try to find the missing people. And in this part of the story, he's just finished that. He's exhausted. They started the night with 20 people missing. Now it's 10 a.m. in the story, and all 20 people are accounted for. 15 of them were found alive but injured, and 5 of them, unfortunately, were found dead. But all 20 of them have been located. So he's turning in the sonic sensor, and he's just exhausted. And what's about to happen right now is that he's about to find out that Lisa, the love interest, is a scientist and is going to be getting brought on board as a coworker to work on blue text boxes. So I am streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. The text on the right side is the YouTube chat. The blue boxes on the left is the Twitch chat. Sometimes they switch sides of the screen depending on which screen I'm on, but it's generally the blue boxes of the Twitch chat, and the one where it's just text is the YouTube chat. Not very active on my Twitch chat. Would you like more Twitch or YouTube? Well, so that's a funny thing. So like when I started streaming, I've been streaming for about like 6 years, right? And I didn't used to be I haven't always been a VTuber. I started as a regular League of Legends facecam streamer on Twitch, and I built a community on Twitch, and then I had to take some hiatuses because of IRL stuff and just stuff happened in life. And then I started trying to do more TTRPG stuff, and my TTRPG stuff was not really going over well on Twitch. I was seeing really, really bad numbers. I wasn't getting a lot of discoverability, and it was really frustrating. And it was around the time whenever a lot of people started moving. Oh, thank you, Violet. This, I put a lot of thought into it. I will definitely say that. But yeah, so whenever I was, at the time when I was looking at coming back into doing more consistent streaming, I was at the point where I saw a lot of people moving from Twitch to YouTube for the extra discoverability. So I made the jump from Twitch to YouTube, and I streamed on YouTube for about, like, I want to say 2 years. I was streaming on YouTube exclusively. And I built a community. I had people coming, and I was getting views on my content. I was making YouTube videos for a while. I haven't made a YouTube video in forever. And I was on YouTube, and YouTube was really good to me. But like Twitch is the one that's actually paid me. And then at the start of this year, one of my, like, Twitch made the thing where you could be an affiliate and still you could be an affiliate or partner and still multi-stream between Twitch and another thing. You just couldn't have a combined chat. You had to have it very clear what was the Twitch chat, what wasn't the Twitch chat. At least that's how I understood the rule. So one of my friends was like, maybe you should do multi-streaming to be more involved with the Twitch stuff. And I was like, maybe I'll do that. And then, like, I was looking for something. Oh, it's all right, baby penguin. It's fine. I was looking for something one day on Twitch. I was trying to figure out when my first stream was, to figure out my streamer anniversary, because I haven't thought about it in so long. I was like, let's do a special stream to celebrate my streamer anniversary. Let's look on here and see when my first stream was. And I was poking around, and I found there's a thing on there now where it tells you how much you've earned in the ads and the bits and the subscription stuff. It tells you how much you've earned and how close you are to a payout. And I looked at it. This was a few months back, right? And I looked at it. It was like in January. And before, you used to have to earn $100 in order to get the payout, right? They had moved that from 100 to 50. And I looked on there, and it said I had $47 in there. So I needed $3 more, or like just about $3 more to get my payout from Twitch. So I was like, well, why don't I do some multi-streaming? So I set up multi-streaming. So now I get some ad revenue from Twitch, and it's a few cents. And I get money from subscriptions and bits on Twitch that go towards that. And I was able to get that relatively quickly and get that payout, which helped out with stuff. And it was cool. And now I get more traffic on my YouTube. I get vastly more traffic on my YouTube, but sometimes, well, I can't do YouTube ads because I am under 1,000 subscribers and under, what is it, like, I think it's 4,000 watch hours or something. Like 1,000 watch hours. There's some requirements to be able to get ads. They introduced some reduced requirements to be able to get like super chats and stuff, but like I'm not even there. Like you have to be 500 subscribers to go for just super chats and stuff. But you have to be 1,000 subscribers to start getting YouTube ads. So like I'm not there. And I do a lot of this for fun because like this is my chance to interact with people and to work on stuff, and it's just uh it's right now I'm having fun with doing this. uh oh, thank you, baby penguin. If you're planning to you do content creation, and you really care about that, I would say do some research. No problem, baby penguin. Yeah, research is always a great answer, Jesus. Word count for tonight? What are we at? I think we're a little over. I want to say we're about 1,000 for so far. Oh, not even 1,000 yet. We're 860. It's gonna be a long one. I normally like to finish a whole chapter in one sitting. Uh, oh, thank you, Violet. Oh, thank you, baby penguin. Welcome back, Violet. Oh, thank you, baby penguin. Hello, Thomas Clark. I'm writing a novel. This is a sci-fi novel about a guy who operates a power armor whose that is powered by the force of his emotions, and is dealing with the situation that unfolds whenever the company he works for is being attacked by the company he works for is being attacked by monsters, and he's dealing with a growing romance with this woman that he meets that's the daughter of one of his old friends. Old. And it's just a whole bunch of stuff. The daughter is around the same age as the main character, so it's nothing weird like that. So it's a romance, it's an action adventure, it's a sci-fi. Baby Penguin, that's because no one's talking in Twitch chat. I think I've got one person lurking in Twitch chat. Okay. It's perfectly fine, Jesus. There's Nabiru. So it's funny. Nabiru is watching me on both Twitch and YouTube, which is funny. So I used to write like that, but I can't get stuff completed whenever I do that. That's more about me than about that method. I'm not speaking negatively about anyone who does write like that. I have in the description of this video. Yes, you do it because you can, Nabiru. I have in the description of this video a link to a video by Katie Tastic in which she describes this method that she calls the 27 chapter method that is about how to outline a novel into 20 and breaking the story down into 27 chapters. And it's very generic and open. It can be used for a variety of different types of stories, and it just helps with planning out what you're going to do. And it is and it's just very helpful. I got started doing that. It's funny. I found it. She's the one who came up with the method, but she's not the one who I found it out from. I found out about it from a different video that I thought was like connected to it before. And I have done NaNoWriMo, National Novel Writers Month, for the last 2 years. And in the National Novel Writers Month, it's a challenge to write. It's a challenge to write a 50,000 word or more novel in 30 days. And I found that having a strong outline helped me with being able to do that. And for that one, I was shooting for writing every day, writing a chapter a day, every day, and doing 2,000 word chapters. For this one, since I'm not doing NaNoWriMo, I'm not rushing to the finish. I'm writing on stream. I'm not really doing any writing off stream, and I'm shooting for 3,000 word chapters. Oh, I'm a bit laggy. Oh, I'm sorry, baby penguin. Ooh, Meteor Hammer sounds fun, LeMay, for your fighting character. But yeah, I always recommend Katie Tastic's 27 chapter method. It has helped me a great deal. And it's really fun. I was talking to my partner the other day, and she was like, talking about her writing process, because she's a writer as well. She writes completely different from what I do. Different content, different genre, different method, different everything. And so she was talking about how it's funny that we're so diametrically opposed in like our styles and what we do. And like she was talking about how with her current story she's working on, she was like at a point where she could either start building towards a finale and write it as a novella, or she could introduce more complexity and build it up into a full space novel. And she wasn't sure what she would want to do and was deliberating. And she's like, this must seem really weird to you considering you plan out all of your chapters. And I'm like, kinda, but I mean, everybody works at different paces. Everybody works in different ways. So you can cook steak on your iPad. Oh no. I'm presuming tropical was a typo there, Violet. Because I'm like, I don't know why, but now I'm just picturing a meteor hammer wearing a Hawaiian t-shirt. The thing is, you're good at writing worlds and creating settings, Nabiru. Now this story is a bit different, Violet. Oh dear, that sounds really stressful, Jesus. So, meteor chilling at the beach, exactly. This story started as a daydream. Oh, it's fine. I just thought it was funny. This story started as a daydream. I just moved into a new apartment and I don't really have anything in my living room. So one of the things, because I'm a bit of an introvert, is I will pace in a circle around the sides of my living room, right? And I will have my headphones in, I'll be listening to music, and I'll just let my imagination wander and just go on whole daydream adventures as I'm just walking around, just getting my steps in, right? And this kind of just grew from that as part of a power fantasy story of imagining myself, but with more emotional intelligence and in a setting where that kind of emotional understanding and intelligence was valuable and precious. And I was sitting on this for a while, and I just kept refining it, or I'd go back, or I'd tweak something, or I'd adjust something. And then it's like I had all of these individual, like, climactic scenes in my head. And I sat down and I started writing them down, and I shared them with my friend, one of the people who you see on stream sometimes, Okusen. And they were like, this is my favorite one of your ideas of all the stories you've had. This is my favorite one. I'm like, oh, okay. And they're like, this is great. And I'm like, okay, I guess I should do something with it. So then I outlined it and I am working on making it as a novel. Ideally, when I finish, I would probably edit it together and then hopefully publish it somewhere, like on Itch or something. So emotional intelligence is understanding your emotions. Actually, let me look up the full definition of it. Emotional intelligence is the ability to manage both your own emotions and understand the emotions of people around you. That's why, Violet, that's why I like the 27 chapter method, because like it gives me ideas that I can use in order to outline my story. and it helps me with like guiding the story through that. Kind of. So empath is like understanding other people's feelings. Yeah. Yes, Clark. Yes, Thomas. The character deals with his emotions and is working on regulating his emotions. When I finish Baby Penguin, I would probably work on editing it in order to like maybe get some test readers to read over it and give me feedback so I could work on doing some editing. And then maybe I'll release it on like Itch or something, put it up on Itch, and see if people want to buy it. Let's see if I can get through this chapter. Oh, goodness. Oh, no problem, Violet. There, if you look up, there are some other videos. It's like if you look on my Discord. Well, I'm glad, Baby Penguin. There should be a link to my Discord in the description. If not, it usually pops up every few messages from Stream Elements. In what I call the Writer's Corner, it should be one of the channels on my Discord. No, it's perfectly fine, Thomas. It's great to have you. In the Writer's Corner, I also have the video that I originally discovered this method, found out about this method from, which also is a really good one that breaks it down into a lot of detail that I found really helped me a lot with understanding things. So I always recommend that that content. Oh, no problem, Violet. Well, welcome in, Baby Penguin. What, baby penguin? I'm going to presume that's either a typo or the name of some type of bot I haven't heard of before. There's a bot. What's it do? It's country balls and you can catch them and fight with them. That's interesting. I'm not sure if it's exactly something I'd want on my Discord server. But it sounds interesting. I don't know. I could look into it. Maybe you should sleep, baby penguin. What time is it there for you? For me, it's 11:30 p.m. Sleep is important and a healthy thing to get. Good night, baby penguin. It was great having you. And baby penguin, I want you to know that I think that you are a wonderful person. I believe that you are valuable and important and that you make this world a better place. I believe that you are valid, worthy of love, and deserving of happiness and good things. Always remember that I love you and I care about you. And I believe in you. Mm. Mm. Actually, what day? Okay, I didn't say what day it was. Okay. Mm. Okay. So this is where I'm gonna taking this in a slightly different direction. We're like having him just be like completely exhausted, right? The cost of all of this. He's been fighting. He's just feeling emotionally exhausted, and he doesn't know how exhausted he is. This is part of his hero's journey, right? Of coming to terms with how exhausted he is, and how human he is. And he's going to, and like he just blinks, and then all of a sudden he's in a different place, he's in a different area. He doesn't realize she carried him in here. Okay, how far are we doing? I still have to do. We've done the first part. Actually, I've done pretty good for considering how little I had planned for this chapter. What do we have to do? Probably going to be a 2,500 word chapter. Yeah, so about 1,000 more words. About 1,000 more words should do it for this chapter. Sure thing, Violet. What you working on? What's holding you up? Would it sound odd if I named a female lead to my space fantasy story, Stella and Mona? I really like the names, but I don't want them to be jarring since they are older common Earth names. For Mythic, it's definitely, I think, 5 in each list is best, but honestly, 10 in each list makes it much better. Some other names I've included are Draco and Ursa, named after the constellations. Ooh. Well, one interesting thing, like, people have been... It's funny, I just finished watching Osama Sentai King Anger, which talks a little bit about some of the stuff about space stuff. And when you look at it, right, for ages untold, people have been looking up at the dots in the sky and the night sky and connecting them into shapes to tell stories, to try to find meaning in the heavens as much as they're trying to find meaning in their own lives. If you wanted to, because when you talked about Draco and Ursa, right, it got me thinking that, like, you could very well, since it's a space fantasy, you said, you could very well have them be named after maybe new constellations that are found on some of the other planets that they're from. Like, come up with, like, I don't know how deep you want to get into lore building, but if you want to sell that whole space fantasy thing, having a character named after a constellation, but not one of our constellations, like some other animal or something, and just be like, that's a constellation visible from their planet. That could sell the fantasy of it if you want. I don't know. That's just a thought I had when you talked about, when I saw Ursa. That made me think about that. And you talked about spacefaring names, but I think Stella and Mona are just fine names as well. If you really like those names, then I think it definitely can work. And that's just my 2 cents. Because, like, I presume that means, like, stars and moon. I don't know if that's what that means. But, like, people have been naming children after constellations and after the stories and the myths and the legends for ages untold. So it would make sense that a spacefaring civilization might have their own stories and their own legends. But I don't know. I guess I'm kind of being contradictory. I'm just saying, if you like it, I think you can make it work. But if you didn't want to go with Stella and Mona, those would be my suggestions. Maybe come up with some new constellations that would be visible from the planet they're from. Okay. Then yeah, those should definitely work. Because a lot of planets have moons, and generally from all the planets you'll be able to see the stars. But if you wanted something more specific, all right. No problem, Violet. Mm-hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. Admire. So what does he like about her? He likes her passion. Um, and her strength. Oh, somebody's doing something. Lila, thank you for the Twitch raid. Welcome in, everyone. I am Oriansenshi. I am a mech pilot VTuber, a Digi raid. Oh, you were doing Digimon? Nice. Hello, everybody. I am a variety streamer. Right now, I'm working on the next chapter of my novel. I write, I do TTRPG stuff, I do video games, I do some general OC creation stuff, and a whole, and actually that's mostly it. And I also do some game development stuff. I do some game dev stuff here and there as well. So I am honored to see all of you. It is great to see you all, and I hope that you all have fun here. See, it says you're all about to go into an ad. So once that ad is over, I will do a full rundown of what I'm writing and what I'm working on tonight, okay? But thank you all for coming, and thank you for sharing some of your community with me. How was your stream, Lila? How was your Digimon? I know that feeling, Lila. Time just flies by. Gotta run now, though. Have a great dream. Hey, no problem. Thanks for coming through, Lila. Have to go now, but thanks for all the advice in the company. I was able to get so much done. Do have a stream schedule. So normally I stream Mondays and Fridays, 8:30 p.m. EST. I used to end around 11:30 p.m. EST, but I've been running later, and that's been working out okay so far. That's kind of where I'm at and what I'm doing right now. So you'll see me again if you have to run, if you have to head out. Today is Monday. My next stream should be Friday, 8:30 p.m. EST. I'll probably be doing another writing stream, just keeping the momentum going as I work towards completing more of this story. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But Violet, have a good night. And I don't know if you're and Lila and Violet. Because it's funny, Lila's leaving from Twitch and Violet's leaving from YouTube. So that's just really funny that you're both leaving around the same time. But I say to both of you, as I say to everyone, that I love all of you and I believe in each and every one of you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for making my stream so wonderful. And thank you for making this world a better place. All right, have a good one, Violet. Was Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Rolled chaos. Ooh, spicy Jesus. Spicy. Yep, chaos is always fun. Mhm. Alrighty. How many words are we up to tonight? I was shooting for 2,500 words, but I think we might be almost there. Word count. Yeah, 2257. Excuse me. So I can wrap this up in about 250 words. 250 to 300 words. Yeah, I can wrap this up. Mm. Sorry about that. All right. The villains of this arc were betrayed by a member of my clan and now hate me specifically. Should make for a fun first arc. Ooh, villains getting betrayed. Spicy. Mm. Mm. Okay. Alrighty. All right. I think that's where I'm going to end the chapter. Chat, I think that's where I'm going to end the chapter. How many words did we get tonight, chat? Let's see how many words. For chapter 7. $2,700 words. 2768. 2768. Not bad. All right. All right. And considering I spent the first half hour just chatting and doing setup, and then I spent like an hour or more doing like talking and all that jazz, I think we did pretty well tonight, chat. I think we did pretty well. Alrighty. All right. Okay. All right, let's get winding down. All right, this has been a fun stream. This has been pretty good. Once again, had a bunch of people coming through, which is nice. I was a little worried because my last writing stream only had like 17 people come through. So I was a little bit worried that like this writing stream wouldn't do super good. But it seems like it did pretty well. Which is pretty nice. Okay, so let's wind down for the night. For those of you who don't know, I like to shout out everyone who was in chat, which was a lot of people tonight, and speak positivity and goodness into everyone's lives. All right, so looking at this, we have, I know we had Silva, we had Nabiru, Jesus Mendoza, Noel Main, Baby Penguin. Yeah, I'd like to think I got a lot done. Didn't hit the full 3,000, but like I said, I set a window for myself, so I got over the 2,500 mark. I got like halfway between 2,500 and 3,000, so I think that that's pretty good. I don't know. So like, my partner has told me about how like she releases her work and self-publishes, and like people buy her work, and like she's a very talented author, and like she has a community that like she releases stuff with, and like that like read her work and give her feedback and all of that stuff, and test readers and all that jazz, right? And like, I don't know if I would, I don't know. Part of me would like to find that, but like most of my stuff is like novel length. So finding someone to do a full edit read through of novel length work is hard. It's just a challenge. And I'm always scared that like I'm gonna get it wrong, you know. I don't know if it's a confidence thing or what it is, but I want someone to like read over my work before I publish it, and that's just hard for me to find. Anyway, so we had Nabiru, we had Silva, we had hello Psycho Nerd 30. I'm just wrapping up tonight. I'm just shouting out everyone who was here in chat, and we're going to speak some positive affirmations, and then we are going to wind down for the night. Sorry that you're coming here in the end. I hope you're having yourself a wonderful night, and I hope you had a great weekend. So we had a lot of people tonight. We had Baby Penguin, Violet, Nabiru, Silva, Noel Main, LeMay, Jesus Mendoza, what else did we have coming through tonight? We had Violet, we had I could have swore there was Thomas Clark. Yes, that was somebody else who was there, who was here tonight. And to everyone else. Oh, and then there was Lila who came through with the raid. Gotta shout out Lila. I should figure out how to do shout outs at some point. And Heavy Points who came through with the raid as well. And even you, Psycho Nerd 30, I want to shout you out as well. I would like to say thank you to all of you for coming to my stream. I'd like to shout out also everyone who watched the stream and didn't say anything in chat, and anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, and anyone I missed. I want to say to all of you, I love all of you, and I believe in each and every one of you. I think that you all possess the potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own unique way. I believe that each and every one of you is valuable, worthy of love, deserving of good things, that you are precious treasures of human beings, and that you are outstanding. Your hopes, your dreams, your fears, your concerns are valid and worthy of notice. You matter. And there are people in this world that care about you, because I know that because I care about you. So, I just want you all to know that. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. If you're watching on YouTube, I do ask that you like the stream. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to more people and getting my stream and my content in front of others. It means a lot to me. If you're watching on Twitch, then please feel free to follow. It lets you keep up with whenever I go live. If you want to keep up with whenever I go live, you can follow me on Twitch. You can subscribe to me on YouTube. You can follow me on Twitter. You can follow me on Blue Sky Social. You can, what else is there? You can join my Discord. You can like my Facebook page. I put links to all of those things in the description on YouTube, and I put them in the About page on Twitch. One thing I do ask is that if you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or relatives or anyone you think might enjoy my content, whether it be coworker, whether it be arch nemesis, whether it be friends to lovers, lovers to enemies, star-crossed lovers, anyone at all that you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. I would appreciate seeing all of you there. And next stream is going to be Friday, 8:30 p.m. EST. I might do something different, but I might stick to this writing thing. I don't know. We've been on a roll with these writing streams. People seem to be enjoying them, which is really funny, because before I got my gaming PC, which I kind of have a gaming PC, it's a mid to low range gaming PC. But before I got it, when I had my writing, when I had my just my gaming laptop, which overheated a lot and I didn't want to cook it, I used to do primarily writing streams, right? Because I could do those were easy on my computer, they were very low energy, I could do them even if I was tired, right? Which I get tired a lot. And I didn't get a lot of people. I enjoyed doing them, but I did not get a lot of people to watch my writing streams. And now, all of a sudden, I just get a bunch of people for the writing stream. So it's just like, I don't know if the meta shifted or what happened, or maybe I got better at doing writing streams. It's just funny, but we'll see what happens. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for being amazing. Thank you for giving me your time, your attention, and your energy. Last thing, you do not have to donate to be here. You do not have to give money to be welcome in this community. I value each and every one of you, and I'm grateful to all of you for being here. With that said, I appreciate all the people who have donated. There are people who have given money to help make things possible for me and help make things possible for me all the time. Thank you to all of you for your contributions and for showing me how much you care about me. I'm not saying the people who don't give money don't care about me, but like, it's just, I'm not giving any extra rewards. So like, that is why, like, anyway, it gets sticky. Anyway, like in that whole weird emotional space. If you ever feel motivated to donate, to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, there are links where you can do so in the description down below and on the donate button. Well, the description on YouTube and the donate button on the About page on Twitch. On YouTube, there's links to both PayPal and Ko-fi. PayPal, I prefer you use for direct donations. Ko-fi, you can still do direct donations on Ko-fi, but there are fees involved with PayPal and that. But Ko-fi, you can sign up for regularly monthly donations. I think I have like a $2 and a $5 one. I think I set up the $5, but There's no rewards for it. It's not like you get any exclusive access or any special pins. It's just if you want to just help me out and give me a couple extra dollars or a little bit more to help me with paying bills for the month, and to help me with all that stuff, that would just be really swell. On the donate button on Twitch just goes to Ko-fi. Thank you to all of you for being amazing, and have yourselves a good night. Let's see if we have enough people on, if we have any people on Twitch to raid with. Gotta do the It's funny, I write out numbers now in my writing because I don't want my model to do weird things while I'm typing. So it's just become part of the style to just write out the words. All right, let's see what we got. We've got 2 viewers on Twitch. So let's see who we can raid on Twitch. Who's live? I know Lila's not live because Lila raided me. Oh. Oh, is Banicula is streaming. Sweets is streaming. I did a thing of Sweets last time though. What's Banicula doing? Cursed Castle News. I want to do Sweets. Let me see what Sweets is up to. Looks like some kind of like a creative game or something. Okay. I'll do Sweets. Create channel. I always like to raid the smaller channels. Time has flown by. All right, good night, everybody.